Hi. Hello. I'm Mama. What is up? Why is my... Hello. Hello. What the fuck? What? I don't understand. Mama. For some reason, my fucking mouth isn't registering. There we go. Hi. How's the peoples? The peoples that are here or not here? I was here. Plays Great Ace Attorney today. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The Chronicles of the Ace of the Attorney of the Great. Because I wanted to play this game before a person who I've been watching play most of the Ace Attorney franchise plays it. So yeah, I know this is what Shu Tekumi went to work on after he left the Ace Attorney franchise, like the original Ace Attorney franchise, because the last two games in the main timeline weren't made by him, but he did the Layton versus Phoenix one, and yeah. Anyway, let's go. Select an adventure. Ah, okay. New game. Oh.
The Empire of Japan. After opening
Japan,
a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
And some died. Oh, that guy's head.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Wait, huh? What? Hold on, you mean the first case I have to prove I didn't do it? The Adventure of the Great Departure. That's a text sound. That is indeed a text sound. Oh, that could go a little faster, don't you think? Hold on. Can I make that go faster? Cause text skip. Enable disable skipping of unread text in the main game. Escapades text is skippable from the start. I don't know what that means. Subtitles on, of course. What is wait time? The length of time until another is displayed in the story. Okay, so there's not. Okay. Alright, I'm sorry. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Ah! What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Norohobo. Norohodo. Not Hado? I don't know. No! Wait! Hold on. I didn't mean to click. Hold on. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumai University. Got it. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He is not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I am the man's lawyer. I will be defending him today. I like the constant flow. You're gonna die in the second case, aren't you? Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Oh, he gets a strap on his arm instead of a badge. Does that mean I get to present my strap? Is that what it is? And yet, I still seem to know better than you on how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh! Yes, of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Well, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by students. Can I just hit enter for these? But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Like, hit them over the head with, like, a pipe or something like that, maybe. But, you know, never murder. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi. I'm gonna fucking butcher all of these Japanese names like you wouldn't believe, baby. Oh my god, here we go. My best friend. Also in his second year at Yumei University. What do you mean connecting to chat? Hold on. Oh no. Okay. Not losing any frames. Alright, we should be fine. Anyway. And he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. Hey! I was reading that. Impressive considering he's still an undergrad. Thank you. Don't just cut me off, Kazuma. I was reading. The concept of lawyer is only a few years old here in Japan, anyway. Qualifications don't mean much. yet. I mean, that makes you one of, like, the first lawyers. I said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Huh! Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites can acknowledge my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud of as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mystery aura bellowing around his temple. Is that why his bandana is like in a constant state of motion? His brain is just activating so many times that it's just causing airflow. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could go see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear. Well, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. So he's not going to die. He's going to go to Britain, and then he's going to change, and we're going to have to help fix him. Straight after that, that's when it happened. Asagi, may I have a word? Whoa. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You're advocating for the defense in this trial as was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. You smile, if I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Hodo. Why do I turn that into a B? Naruhodo. Wait, Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Wait, hold on. What's Naruhodo in English? Hold on a minute. Give me a second. I'm just starting. Yes, I'm literally just starting. No spoilers, please. Also, hi. How's it going, Queen? Hold on. I need to look up what Naruhodo means. Because this is fucking Shu Tekumi here, and I don't remember. I see. Fuck you. Its last name is I see. God damn it. I didn't think we'd be starting this fast. Oh, boy. Wait, how's it going? Let me, make sure that this is up here. That way I can see stuff. Yes, that's right. There's so many puns in this game. I mean, I just watched a full playthrough of, Ace Attorney 6, so it can't be anywhere near as bad as literally like, oh, I don't know, that's a rebel. I'm just, we'll see. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensics medicine in Yumi University. Ooh. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma's studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Oh. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has fuck. I love that I pick a reading game. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. Well, this is only case 1, so typically this actually will be the easiest case. And then case 2 will be insane, and case 3 will either be insane-er or like a little bit better. I don't know. Anyway, you see, there's certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Are we going to get married? Sir, I mean, you know, Kazuma's cute, and in game he's my best friend, but like I only just met the guy, and this is a large step forward. This is a criminal trial, right? Of getting married. A serial killer following the story of his murders. I knew it. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusation brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Oh shit, his mouth moved. I'm so used to those guys just being painted there. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our superstitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Oh, lovely. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embark on that unforgettable trial. I'm gonna choose to defend myself. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. You know, I think Apollo is the only... Oh, fuck. The goddamn text noises. I feel like Apollo is the only one of the attorneys that's never been tried for murder in some way. Because Phoenix gets tried in the second case, being somewhat accused of Mia's murder. And then Athena is, her whole story is leading up to the fact that she apparently was the cause of a certain person's murder. I'm not going to go into it for spoiler reasons if somebody is watching has never played the games before. But Apollo never got accused of killing someone. And yet he's got the craziest backstory of them all. The text noises are so much longer and louder in this game. Yeah. And specifically like these. Unfortunately, I can't make it go faster. I wish I could. Backstories. Yes, he's got like 50. Look at his eyes shift. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judiciary. And no court in the land has more power. I don't know, much like the look of the people sitting in the public gallery. It's a military and other uniforms in there. There's actually a setting where you can skip dialogue if you want to turn it off. Okay, so that's the thing. I did take a look at the settings, but I couldn't quite understand what they meant by it. So this will just pop the text bubble directly up if I turn it on? Is that what you're saying? Also, is the wait time like, what does wait time actually mean? Okay, so just how long it takes for autoplay. Okay. But like, so if I turn this on, it'll just I don't want to miss anything because I just, screen flashes on, subtitle vibration. Is my computer going to vibrate? Oh, that's right. There's no option to turn it down. I forgot. I can turn the game audio down just a tiny bit through OBS. I think it's fine. It's fine. That's fine. If you click the skip text option, then if you click while the dialogue is going, it'll skip to the end. It won't immediately skip the dialogue. Thank you. No. You're good. You're good. It's this that's confusing, because all it says is enable or disable the skipping of unread text in the main game. Escapade's text is skippable from the start. Like, that doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't mean anything to me. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. What? A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? Why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, no. Oh, hey, the judge doesn't have a gray beard. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Well, you see, Your Honor, Your Honor... What? Oh, okay, cool. Your Honor, I just want to, do just a quick little save scum. Don't worry about me, Your Honor. I mean, what happens if I wait and see? And then Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, then it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder. For goodness sakes, this is no time for lies. That is a good pose he's got right there. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed.
Yes!
As I'm stating... No, I was reading that! Yes! His eyes! What is the meaning of this outburst? Hold on, I want to read what he was saying. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Me! I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? You may now kiss the bride. Mwah! What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No! It's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get these down until we get to Great Britain, and then I'll never have to worry about it again. Shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Oh! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident in speaking for himself. It's just like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why I'm here. Everything is happening at once. Oh my god, kill me. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yeah. Huh? Oh! Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Oh, he's got the pose! In fact, my mind is completely blank. You realize you're in charge now, but... Oh, I realize you're in charge now. But still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court... You must have prepared a most heinous crime indeed. Oh, perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judiciary of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standard of conducts are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear? Defended Naruhodo. Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task that you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. You can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. They're boyfriends, Your Honor. Case closed. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the E key. The E key, Kazuma? What the hell is that? Like this? Oh. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that, and it's all in there. I just have to press the E key for the court record. Alright, well, there's no time to lose. Let me now kiss. I got a badge! It's a pin, but it's a badge! This is a list of evidence that you've collected. Now, try switching to people instead with E. But, ooh. Oh, we killed a Western guy, huh? Uh-oh. Find the details about the victim here. When you're done, you can press Z to go back. John H. Wilson, age 47. Victim of the case, he was visiting professor of medicine at Yumai University from the British Empire. Okay, okay. Takesuchi Achi. I don't know what the pun is. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have a little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Okay, okay. Medical school professor at the Yumai University. He's an authority in forensics medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Yujin didn't do it, right? Kazuma Asuji. Second year at the Imperial Yumai University. He's my best friend. Best friend, in air quotes. Despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Woo! So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Alright, hold on. I want to open the court record again. What do we got in here? We got the pen. We got a post-mortem report. Okay. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Alright. Okay. You'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim of in the people section of the court record and press R to present. Take that! Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. At least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumai University 3 years ago. I see. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case was such a profound implications. It could cause an international incident. You're right. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Is that real? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Is that real? I need to know how crazy we're going. How real was that? That shit's real. It was drawn up in October 14th of 1854. An agreement that did not, however, grant any obvious commercial advantages to the British. Alright, okay, alright. We got real history in here, bitches. Anyway. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergrads in the Imperial Yumai University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor? Seppuku! I demand it. I do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why the trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. You know, I'm not sure what nationality Dr. Wilson was from. Could you guys tell me one more time? Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. His just constant eye wiggle is amazing. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh! Oh dear, look at the time. Yeah, I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He gives him a little kiss. Mwah. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. And his brain shut down. Wait. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Who was he sitting with? So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Excellency. Excellency! How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? What is evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. I just wanna fly. Why can't I? Is it the WASD? It is. Oh my god. Present!
Yes!
Yes! Well, according to this documentation, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Hemorrhagic. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. It's a post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh no. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested in any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Oh man, we are far back in time. Bro's up here holding up a photo going, this is a so-called picture. I found it inside of my boot. Huh. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. Okay. So you're saying that he was shot point blank? In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Okay. But the bullet didn't exit? I mean, I know that bullets back then probably weren't as advanced as the ones that we have now, but at that close a range, even a low caliber weapon should be able to pierce through his shoulder. As long as it didn't hit anything. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept that modern scientific evidence into the record. Ooh. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into court record. Photograph shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. That's something I've never seen before. And it's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, I'm gonna burp. Excuse me. In order to better appraise the courts with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? Do you mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. The boyfriends are gonna defend together! Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Osogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Not a chance! Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares. I love these games. I love these games so much. I hate them and I love them at the same time. I hate them because of what we're about to fucking go through. Hi! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. He's got the sickness. He's coughing up blood. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, not on the napkin. It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't bother me. Bro, if you're coughing up blood, I know we're in like the 1800s right now, but if you're coughing up blood, you might want to go see somebody. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It became a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and Occidental Eatery, and okay, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of the day. Lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. 3? That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. When I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Ooh! A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out of the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused of the university student. Yes! It was me! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun, I found it lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. Objection! Oh. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Second best game in the series. Which one's the first? I I've watched all. I've seen all 6 of the original. This is my first playthrough of this one. The sequel is the best. All right, cool. I got something to look forward to in like 40 hours. The court wishes to listen to the witness's reports of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. I miss Maya. Sorry. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. I'm happy with the boyfriends, I won't lie. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yeah. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Your assist in this game is definitely better than Maya. We'll see. No spoilers, though. It's my first playthrough. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson's to say hello... Oh! There was a woman sitting opposite of him at the table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject! Objection!
Yes!
Yes! Okay, I gotta say, I know that they probably did it to keep him away from, like, being too close to the regular Ace Attorney franchise. But instead of... I feel like they could have found something better than yes! As, like, the hold it fill-in? I don't know. Maybe it changes? I don't know. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, a mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? It changes? Okay. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance that you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? I mean, he is dying from the looks of it. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look at if you'd like. Can we see the acceptance board as well? Like, I'm pretty sure you guys have a list of everyone who's came in. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume. Okay. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. But you don't have markings for where me and... Okay. Clearly very conscientious waiter. I don't know about that. Thank you, sir. It's not mentioned in the game, but Onosaga actually has a constant allergen reaction according to the art book. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, that wasn't suspicious. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. I mean, he certainly hasn't shaken. He's dying. He's gonna drop over dead, and I'm gonna be blamed for it. The waiter's business card has been entered in the court record. So, the court has now heard a precise of the case. Precise? Okay. Precise? Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on the trial today. It would seem that we are looking at a black and white case here, are we? Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. Death! But what if I don't? Still death! In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case. An unsworn witness? What does that mean? You didn't swear him in? But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. But you just said, why wouldn't you come out with the sworn witnesses first? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? I need a kiss, Kazuma. Please, help me. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and the judge and the prosecution. Out first to give context. Yeah. It just feels weird that he wasn't sworn in. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Oh. Oh! Hit the desk. Defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. He got that point! And we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, shit. Indeed. Prosecutor Atsuchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. For somebody who's apparently not happy with the way that things are changing, you would think he would use more Japanese terms to describe himself. Like, I can be a demon or some shit. I didn't mean to hit that button. Hold on. Hold on. In a few short moments from now, that drumstick, the dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. I have a gun. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth a witness at once. Is it going to be the woman who was sitting with him? Oh. 2 witnesses. We got a double witness situation? Hold on. Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupation for the court. Yes, sir! The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Isanosa! I was so ready for it to be Issa and then some kind of general term or like military term. And it probably still is, but I was waiting for it. Reporting for duty, sir! Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles in antiquity from the... Oh, no. Efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade from Ratsute, a humble premise in the 2nd District, Kiryo Kyuyo Korokota, at your service. An adequate dealer and an antiquity dealer and a soldier. An unusual pair. Yeah, but those gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of question. They must be diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Okay. Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And now, and not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding curios that which I make my business. I can't understand a word the old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moments of the most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what could only be described as an act of war, sir! Don't go that far. What? He's got a baby on his back. Okay. It's like, I know he's got something tied up, but then the baby sound is like, okay, so it's a baby carrier. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir! This man's as possible to understand as the other. Is he? I think he's fairly quiet. I'm also sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. This isn't evidence, this is witness testimony. The soldier is claiming they actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment of the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing by ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acrobatic afternoon. I can't read. Well, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that says. Whatever. Of a lovely afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was investigating ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English citizen, or civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Hey, hold on now, motherfucker. Nah, because if we take a look at this lovely piece of evidence, he was shot from the front, bitch, and it didn't exit out his back. Oh. I got a magnifying glass. Look at that bullet wound. It's so high def. Anyway, back to testimony. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. What? So you didn't see shit? Well, you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Hey, he's got a knife in the courtroom. Does somebody want to take that away? from the guy. It's the knife in the courtroom. No? Okay. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is it really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun when I saw it lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed the English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. It's a revolver. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. English-made? Wouldn't that be American-made? I'm pretty sure the revolver was developed in the States. And I'm not saying that because I'm American. I'm just saying that because I'm pretty sure that's the gun history. So I bent down and just, as I was picking it up, bang! I pulled the trigger and I shot my arm. Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Yes. I was reading chat! What is the name of the emperor is the meaning of this outburst? After I read the fuck he was saying? Certainly the testimony is there, therefore it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trip. It was placed in the 19th century, but then there were English-made revolvers. When was the revolver made? Hold on. I'm gonna add to my Google search history for the FBI to review. No, 1835. Yeah, no, 1800s. So no, the revolver would have existed. I just think it's not an American revolver. Oh, I know they're old as fuck. It's just they called it specifically English made, which is what threw me off. Because I'm pretty sure it was invented here in the States. Anyway, what is the meaning of the outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. Don't say that about my boyfriend. How pathetic. Huh. How did he know? Prosecution objects. This is clearly a waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Oh! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cuz was so commanding. He's falling for him all over again. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said, what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key is doing it is evidence. Evidence, my main man. Right, evidence. What's an evidence? All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Bro slapped the table. It wasn't as dramatic, and he was like, wait, hold on. That's good shit. Alright then. It's all or nothing. He doesn't have the confidence of a prosecutor yet to really get that slam in. What the witnesses saw. As suggesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. France! Why aren't you saying anything? There's some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Okay. I love that the game was like, alright, you probably played an Ace Attorney game before. You know that this is how this works. But we're still going to make it so that the character doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Let's ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, what kind of steak was it? This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Veal? I don't know if it's specifically veal, but I mean, I guess in that kind of restaurant it was. Oh! If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as the cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. I like how he raises his arm. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Pork! Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs. Oh. So it's just deep fried beef? Beef steak? Okay. Deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict and atone for your crimes. When you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. Ryunosuke got hungry. So, next question. Is it just me, or you keep hearing some wah crying noises? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Also a liar. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime presser, baby. I successfully pressed somebody. The virtues of purely defiant golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
Oh, yeah? Can I see it? I have no idea what you're talking about. Bro is just as head empty as Phoenix, but way more vocal about it. And I love that. A Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Heian period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. I shoved it in my titties, in the hope of an affluent, cognizant appraised of its indisputable value of being present. So you were hoping to sell your Kaban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You are about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. No, that's not where I was going at all. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? How about bringing a baby into court? How's that on the crime list? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Well, though penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. Too broke to hire a sitter. Fair enough. But he can afford a steak at a fancy-ass restaurant. The gentleman aside from me was grappling with his braised veal at the time. It was my sole prospect. I see. Oh, we got little pins for our death badges. At that precise moment the firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Take that! So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English citizen. Oh yeah? I know he's gonna get better because this is like his first literal trial and he probably wasn't even studying to be a lawyer, but I love the fact that he's got little tiny baby slaps when he says that and gets confused by it. That's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just 1 point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over at the victim's table. Yunosuke was pursuing a major in English language. Yeah. No, he definitely took me as the not going for the lawyer route. And so what if it was? Well, if that's really the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Arg! And double arg! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. What? Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Are you even still in the army? Why do I get the feeling you're a stay-at-home dad? Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Oh no. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English citizen from the back, the cowardly weasel.
Yes!
Yes! Nuh-uh, Your Honor. So this black university cadet, you're saying that was... Arr! Have I just had about enough of your sauce, cadet? It's tangy and I don't like it. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform? Well, standing right next to me, so fits the description as well, but you know. It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence that you gathered in the court record. If you find an inconsistency, there... oops. I hit the button. I know, I'm sorry, I hit the button. If you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Like, literally? No, we have more testimony to press. I was in the hands and knees investigating whereabouts of my mysterious absconded precious curio. No, not what I meant. Not what I meant. I hit the wrong button. Q! On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. Lost piece are you referring to? Horror! The Koban, of course! Ah, the exquisite Hyoi-era Koban coin! Bro got pissed. I've been just showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. Wow, what a fucking animation that was. After averting my eyes for the briefest moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. Bang! Gunshot. You were in the gunshot, you mean? None other than. No, it was no concern of mine. It's only a gunshot that went off. It's no problem. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed. Myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key is to using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while the witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through the witness's statements and details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Literally, here, use my sword. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you are dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the courtroom and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. We have no time limit. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. He called me partner. No. At this moment, the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform varsities were fired in the back of the cowardly. Got it. Okay. Now the question is, shot to the chest that did not pass through the victim's body, and so the question is, do I throw the report or do I throw the photograph? Because it specifically says because he was shot in the front of the chest. All right, yeah. Ugh. Hold it. Take that.
Yes.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Subordination? I think he's got it confused. Thrusting some picture printed to my mustache. He took him literally. He took his boyfriend literally. I love this. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we didn't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. It's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely it doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Yeah! Cosmo... What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Issa Nosa? Yes, sir, no, sir? Is that the pun? Is that this guy's pun? Is that his name is yes, sir, no, sir? Why did it take me so long to get that? Okay. Anyway, what, sir? The statement you just made was... The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... He's just an English major. He's just an English major. He's just an English major. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And this is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! Don't do that to the baby! His neck's not strong enough! What the... What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, baby, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Issa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Fucking get his ass! Ah! Hey. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. We got both title drops, because I'm pretty sure in Japan this is called something something turnabout, and here it's called ace attorney. So they put both of them in here because he's like, it's been a turnabout and now it's an ace attorney. God damn it! I have to pee. but I definitely saw him. Oh no, the baby! That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes.
Yes, I was. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the victim was shot either? I myself have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. I shoved the baby back down out of the corner of my eye and fucking hell. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed! Surprised! Here we are, Koban! Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Burn! You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did! But I heeded it not. I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hioi treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hioi Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. So let me get this straight. Did the old man only come to court today so he could prove that the fucking sergeant stole his coin because he's a broke-ass bitch? Because that would be amazing. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. That's a little early, Your Honor. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subvergent our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aichi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain? Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that they have no idea what they're talking about. That there is only one person who could have possibly committed the despicable crime. Equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Kazuma, why you gotta strike that pose? You look like a kicked puppy. It's not what it's supposed to mean, but it does kind of come off as if you're just a little puppy that somebody kicked. Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks. Sir, name... My headphones died. As I was just about to read. Adio! Hold on, I gotta plug in my headphones. There we go. I really wish that my headphones would actually give me a warning. Alright, so there's an ad break coming up in about a minute for the Twitch side. So I may take a quick break at that moment to go pee and refresh my drink. I'm going to need a lot of water. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Adio, tension! Oh, he's got a little thing! Yeah! Oh, go! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy! He's got... Oh, it's cute. The culprit! Alright, we're gonna take a very quick break while I run to the bathroom. Let me get you guys some pissin' music while I'm gone. And I'll be right back.
I told you I can't find the words, nothing makes sense. Thought I told you I've been trying to reach over the fence. I try even when I shut down. All I want is to give this a meaning. When I move, let it come from a feeling. Give something back for the air that I'm breathing. Each step I keep holding my ground. I try even when I shut down. Each step I keep holding my ground. I try, 'cause I'm staying safe in the middle. That I need to run just a little. 'Cause I'm staying safe in the middle. That I need to run just a little. All my sleepless nights, all out of words, all my trembling lights. 'Cause I'm staying safe in the middle.
Boy. That's good music. Ooh, excuse me. All right, ad time is over. Sorry. I went to use the bathroom during an ad break over here on the Twitch side, and also get some more stuff to drink because I'm gonna be reading a lot, and I'm gonna need a lot of water and a lot of liquids to soothe my freaking throat. A true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, is almost the same thing. Yeah, that's how that works. Yes, for pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there were we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Englishman. Yes! Testimony is yes! Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough with these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
They're looking pretty unconvinced. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Why didn't you present this back when we were discussing the fact that he didn't have anyone with him before? Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. How immediately? Because the body's gone. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearances of the print. Hold on, wait a minute. So that actually brings up something. We really can't see anything on the other side, but clearly this was taken after the body was moved, so therefore it was well after the incident occurred. Certainly based on the appearances of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. New shipping trope. Only one steak. It doesn't make any sense. The court will add the new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of the crime scene. A bottle of carbonated water. Yeah? That's what it is? It's a bottle of sparkling water? And a steak lunch can be seen at the victim's table. Shu Tekumi, you can put wine in your games. It's fine. I know it's funny, but you can do it. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. She was a ghost! This isn't the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of Phoenix Wright. It's the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of Maya Fey! Objection! Well, the waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. I forgot about her. Don't say anything. I don't want to know. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Great, yeah. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the reports of Great Britain in no time after all. The witness's testimony we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takeshuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examination the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unabetting at times. Don't say shit like that. The true culprit. And it wasn't the precise moment of the ground. They're almost the same thing. Whoa. Which button was it again? No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an ununiformed officer versus a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. That means absolutely fucking nothing. Oh, the prosecutors. He blinked! He's the one who did it. I assert that Asuchi is the murderer. To have what? Tension! Bye! The sound of the firearm rang in my ear in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. Waving? I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? He did not. He was busy looking for his shit. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, that may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off of the floor. I want to, like, my brain, being the modern person that I am, keeps wanting to say, well, have you guys checked the rifling marks on the gun? But I don't think that's a thing yet. Like, rifling marks are, but I don't think analyzing them is a thing yet. Now, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... That's what I was about to say. Yeah. Like, no, the gun definitely gets rifling marks on the bullets. It's just, you know, they don't look at them. I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, burn! A gunshot rang out in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up. Which perpetuated this testing predicament. Perpetuated. I would assume. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban on the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. That man is going to stab the general to get his Koban back. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that there was that we were the only personnel present. This is probably going to be the one I'm going to press on. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Oh good, maybe you'll actually hear something. And yet, no one else appears to have caught a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else could have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place is almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. What? I wonder if there's a reason why the victim was eating at that time of the day. Why was he alone? Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. Was there? Thank you. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. You don't fucking say. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic. No. I can't do this. I can't do this again. I can't do this again. We're not going there. You keep that motherfucker away from me. Yes, that would indeed appear to be the entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went to the late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could not be more simple. I believe this. He's not real. Well, if my understanding of the game, my very basic understanding of the game is, after we're done here, we're going to probably do like a little time skip, because Ryunosuke is going to become an attorney, and then he's going to follow in the footsteps of Kazuma to go to Great Britain, and that's where the rest of the game is going to take place. My guess. I don't want any confirmations. It really has no bearing on this case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask Dr. Wilson to medical report be added to the court? Just G. What a weird button for options is being G. Well, you see, Your Honor, I hereby believe that it is... it's better not. No, I'm not sure it was really... I can really push for it to be submitted as evidence if I don't even know why it might be relevant. That wouldn't be a good etiquette show. Ryunosuke, don't look at me like that! Bro is looking directly at the camera, right at me, as if to say, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't be a rude motherfucker, would you? Don't tell me you're worrying about court etiquette at this time like this. But my father always brought me up to be respectful and polite. Right now we can't afford to overlook anything, no matter how insignificant it may seem to be. So let's ask for this medical report card to be added to the record. It won't be a problem, assuming you're polite. All right, I'll do it as politely as possible.
Yes.
By yelling yes. I love the fact that he just fucking looks all over the place. It's so good. If I may, I'd like to ask that the medical report card be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. Yes! On what grounds? On the grounds of your mother. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection.
I love how Ryunosuke just gets shocked whenever Kazuma slams the fucking desk. Whether or not there are any concerns is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's most disturbing in trend. You just stand back and don't say anything, like the rest of us. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from the Hata Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Can I look at it? I want to look at it. Can I get, like, a further examination of the evidence, please? No? Okay. What we need right now is a new clue. We have to explore things from every single possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at the time. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong the trial as much as you like. Well, excuse me, but this is the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korokuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
Oh, yeah? So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? You do have eyes, don't you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man and the soldier and the waiter all agree on this point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support their statement. But again, you took this after the body was moved. It was clearly done well after the time period. Just because there's not anything on the other side of the table doesn't mean that somebody wasn't there. Sorry. As can certainly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiquities dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman out, over, and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. Lady. White woman. White woman jump scare. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. That is such suspicious standing, Your Honor. Can we, like, poke them for that? Unfortunately, for you, Defendant Naruhodo, that's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this Phantom Lady. The Phantom Lady strikes again. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got there. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. I was gonna, but you didn't let me. How exactly? You know, some pieces of evidence bear the magnifying glass. These are ones that you may examine. Press space, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use B. That's not true. It's WASD. You lied to me. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine from all angles. By using WASD. Okay, we use both. Gotcha. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Crosshairs start to pulsate. Press space to investigate further. Gotcha. So, partner, you think you can take a closer look at this medical report card? See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail? Alright, I'll see what I can do. Use the base buzz to be. Oh! Okay. Oh. Oh, it opens! Oh, they pop up on the sides. That's nice. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical amnesia. Anesthesia. Somebody got their tooth pulled. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the Western pain relief. And for the anesthesia, though it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Wait! Bro got his teeth pulled out. Or a tooth pulled out. There's no way that motherfucker, the same day, was eating a piece of steak. Like, no fucking way. So the steak is... Alright, so the steak wasn't for him. Alright, cool. Got it. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. My brain blasted before the game told me. Because I've had teeth pulled. I had all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled and I got dumber. Really? Sounds like the information worth bearing in mind. Our report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of the one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimonies again, don't you? Definitely. No! No! No, I want to poke the evidence more. No, hold on. I want to poke the evidence more. It just automatically translates the stuff. It says, how to clinic on the medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Alright. Confirmed. Ryunosuke is not too dumb to catch a cold. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think that this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't have anything missing. Okay. It looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to the doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money for for the privilege. Oh, and you were at your lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. A bad case of stubbornness, no less. Hey! I thoroughly examined the medical report, and I got an achievement for it. What? For which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, cool. I just wanted to get the rest of that. Where were they talking about him eating steak? When the gun for a man who was in line with his bag, as much of myself, blah. Furthermore, the visual search of the premise at the time confirmed. King! Thank you for the resub, dude. I'm gonna grab a nap below decks. Enjoy your nap. Thank you for the resub for 22 months. Wait a minute. Why? Is my chat okay? Hey, Twitch chat, are you alright? No. Yes. Why didn't that pop up? Weird. Okay. Anyway, for the visual premises and confirm there's only one person. An old Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no other one's black uniform. This is passion. So it's got to be on here that I present. Ah, shit, wrong one.
Yes!
He raises his hands. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination that you carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so profusely, so purposefully, You know exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Just fucking verbal vomit. It always works. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Oh. Korokuta-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, yo amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words so you might understand. If it was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant, whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Wrong, bitch! But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong the trial further. The witness testimony the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. What? This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Hold on, what the fuck happened? I didn't hit any buttons and it just shot forward. That simple reason there is no one else besides this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issues the report card, is a dental clinic. It's not the one that we thought. It's fine, chat. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating for 3 hours. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He gives orders not to eat, so what? Well, then he wouldn't be eating the steak, dipshit. It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korokuda-san? What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Hey! We got a big old boom. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Though, make sure to point next time. Ah!
Objection!
What is this? What's this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You could clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. It's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case, have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone a dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning the trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... I'm not gonna get penalized. I can do funny stuff. Yay! It was me, Your Honor. I did it.
Yes!
I was eating at his table. I think it may have been me. What? It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee stain on a crying face. Some people seem to think that they can do whatever they like. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like. Ryunosuke. Alright, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. And next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. And then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Oh no. The boyfriend gonna kick our butt. Alright, I get the message. Your Honor, it was the victim himself. It's the victim himself, obviously. His little slappies. They don't work when he's making a wrong accusation. What? Ryunosuke, come on, pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yeah. Of course. I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. Alright, then use this state of shock to give me time to think. Come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right. Sorry. Why does it feel like the steak is getting eaten the more I put out wrong answers? Them! They did it! I bet it was the sergeant and the antiquity dealer, Nosa-san and Kuda-san. Arg! Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I share rations with this decrepit graybeard? Insult me by associating me with a brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot. I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It would seem that you need to reconsider your answer, counsel. Of course, Your Excellency. Person eating the steak was a yet as unknown party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Will you not let this go, will you? There's no such person. Why, who else was eating food? There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take it to the government? Or take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that you two were deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. What? Perjury? In my Ace Attorney game? I don't think so. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Oh. Complicit in a murder? No! Hold it! Negative. There was no mention of that in the tactical meeting. What was your tactical meeting? Lie like a dog. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. And we got him. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurt-san? No. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was You say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is that true? You pair? Oh, so he wasn't in on it. Okay. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel! Explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. He's pulling on him. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way that they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Auchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouth shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusation. Evidence that proves whoever did wield his or her power here. But who? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure that there's nothing that we've missed. What else? Okay. Restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here at the upper left corner. It says kitchen. Oh, yes. Well, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen. Especially not if they were in a hurry. Oh, no. He used proper kanji. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder in those games. Oh, my poor boy. Okay. Chief Inspector Saru... Oh, Primary Criminal Investigations Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Ooh. Wow, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see what it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding that, if they're wielding it somehow here. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about this. I swear on every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Take that!
Yes!
And surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! Fuck you! Possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Hasegawa's real identity has been proven by this evidence. I hit the wrong button. Take that!
Yes!
Plan for the restaurant sketch by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's our interest. The back? I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Flip it over. It's the front of the back of the card. It's only detailed. Can somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? I just sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side. That's why he was like so hesitant to hand over his card. Like, I had a feeling that it would have to do with what was on the other side, but now he's like, oh shit, all right, fine. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. A waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. That's a long title. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular citizens are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it! Welcome back. Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the officer at once. Of course. Here you are. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over the business card. I strive to carry out any investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusual, careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Well, you see, times are tough. He's trying to get that acting career to take off, and you know, just not working out. Of course, your Sally must be. I was working undercover. Undercover. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. What? Hold on. A series of incidents? How much blood is in there? In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as the waiter working undercover. Is that cold air coming out of there? Hold on. 1 second. Been waiting for my AC to kick in. It's hot in here. Anyway, in order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate to one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If this is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? So is he actually sick? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim had slumped in his chair, and beside him, the gun in hand, stood the accused students. Still opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed was an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms in this relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Well, I mean, it's not like she killed another Japanese citizen. She killed another British citizen. So, other than the fact that it happened on British soil, I mean on Japanese soil, there's not really anything that makes Japan look bad in this situation at all. Why would it be better if a Japanese citizen was the one who killed the British guy? What? An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So it just comes down to the fact that they'll think that an Englishwoman doing it would just be a means to protect a Japanese citizen. Whatever. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But that's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical facilities research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're a chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting in the university professor's table was certainly Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in a research laboratory in Yumei University's medical facility. What is happening here? It's been a long time since I've read for this long. My throat is killing me. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence at this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her at their testimony. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false. It would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Japan. Or to Great Britain. We're in Japanifornia, right? Anyway. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom at the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you're going against the special orders you were given by the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Never said that. Nothing will get in my way. Alright. Bro, see a doctor, please. If you don't die before this is over. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30 minutes recess before reconvening. Someone get me to the slide. I wish to go down the slide. To be continued. A case 1. Got a fucking to be continued. The shit? What do you mean? Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. My heart is in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping up, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started to find inconsistencies in the testimony. I honestly thought you were going to jail, I'm not gonna lie. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady, at least. At last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I'm trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom. My powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way to the out of the restaurant myself when on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed that there was a gun laying on the floor. And just after I bent down to pick it up, man, he's been shot so many times at this point. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and then he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. What? Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry. What? Hi, Robbie, but also what? What? Why didn't it work? Hold on. Let's just hotkey this really quick. I mean, it's working properly. Did the connection fail? How do I re-authenticate? Okay. All right. I was about to just click. Well, hold on a second. I'm trying to make sure everything's working. There we go. It's working again. Also, hi, Jackal. How y'all doing? Welcome to me destroying my throat and my brain. The Ace Attorney Chronicles. Is it supposed to be an audio with the hit? Why is everything breaking? There we go. Did it come through that time? It's everybody else. It's all of y'all's fault for not using it for so long. That's what I'm gonna blame. Ah! Ah! Alright, I forgot that was doubled up for some reason. I'll have to figure that out. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry. You guys are going to abuse the hell out of that now. If you do that one more time while I'm trying to read Jackal, I'm going to put a 5-minute timer on it. Fucking try me. I'm trying to read over here. It's fine. Just don't go too crazy with it. I'm trying to read. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Alright, alright, alright! You did this. It's your own fault. It's time for me to put a timer on it. Use it while you can. Da, 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 da. Five minutes. A small one, I can do it. It's too late. You already did it again. You can't come at me with that. I'm sorry, it was the last time. After doing it when I explicitly told you not to do it again. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. Yeah, you've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems that you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Now, modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid the situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor to Yumei. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, now you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify the punishment and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau was went to extraordinary lengths to provide. Hi, I can't read. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think that we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She used the Sama order. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's head back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said that you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I had already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Yeah. They're just so loud. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoichi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young strapling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from the trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. I mean, he's not wrong. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jump-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Oh, damn. He just, like, fucking... Alright, cool. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Damn, Ryunosuke! Get they asses! Well said, Ryunosuke. despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, counsel. As court is the pinnacle of our nation's judicial justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Please, I want you to raise your head up and there just be a mark there. What the fuck is her outfit? Holy shit. That was a design. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and such a from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussion takes place without tea. And raise your pinky fingers. Bring the crumpets. Is that true? No idea. So, wow, the change in his posture. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name Oh, I love these games. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Oh my god. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet, your description of this amazing sight is simply a woman? Kazuma, he's gay! Come on, dude! He's your boyfriend! Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your power of description is sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may the fucking motion on that shit. May I trouble you for your name and occupation, please? Why are they hiding her eyes? Good way of showing that she's speaking in another language. I was wondering if they were going to pull that. Like, because obviously she's, you know, English, so English would be her first language. I mean, I'm assuming since she's a student here, she can read and speak Japanese. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? No way. No way she actually needs an interpreter. Fuck that. You're studying here. The lady says her name is Jezebel Barrett, and she comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in the Yume University's medical facility. Bitch, you can so speak Japanese. How the hell would you be passing your classes? Not all of them are run by an English guy. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of a delightful language of a British people. I have never heard English explained like that ever in my life. English is like 4 different languages in a trench coat. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. That's right, he's an English major. Why can't he... No! Wait! Ryunosuke's an English major. He should be able to understand what she's fucking saying. Damn it! The court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Oh, God. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. She's not speaking English. You don't need that many lines to say yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? If this all equates to yes, I'm going to throw my keyboard. Okay, she'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. No, she fucking didn't! You told us you escorted her away from the scene on orders from your fucking higher-ups! Fuck you for lying! Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well, now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes on this photographic print? Want to see a dead body? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? He did it. Apparently, it was very frightening. Ah, shit! Hold on. It was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Is that so? And do you mean to say? Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Cold blood? How can it be cold? Blood's warm. Unless you're a lizard. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Why is she hiding her eyes? What about her is needing to hide her eyes? It's not like we know her. Is she like a distant relative of the Von Karmas? Is that why she's hiding her face? We don't want to see Francisca's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother? She is holding her right arm. And that's generally where the Von Karmas get shot. Sorry. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Just a beefsteak? Like nothing to cut through that fat? After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him before my eyes. So it is the professor's gun. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I don't carry a gun, Your Honor. Have you ever seen me with a gun? No.
Yes!
Yeah, it's condemning testimony. Yes, it is. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. You look at the Snow White angel. Don't call her Snow White. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel. How do we have her in People yet? We do. How old is this bitch? Oh, thank God. Cool. All right, continue. Dark-minded scoundrel's like, you can imagine those words, whose word the court is going to believe. I mean, look at them tits. Look at them tits, Your Honor. How could she be lying? Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who's testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Barrett was not involved, so I let her go. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Testimonies of the two last witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Thank God for that. As you can see, there is nowhere on her person where she could have concealed a firearm. Yeah. Nowhere. Not in the bustle, not in the hat, not in her hair. No, she definitely, like, no. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Until the precise location where the witness is hidden the weapon has been can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress to prove it. Ryunosuke, no! I don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. Now, there must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady is hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Whoa. If that wasn't a clear indicator that she can understand Japanese, I don't fucking know what is. Again, there's no way she doesn't. She goes to a Japanese school. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightened and sorrowful sight. I arranged to meet with a slightly the murder.
Yes!
Yes! After 2 p.m. In fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
Let's go to work now. Alright, Jackal, thanks for popping by. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are in vogue. Isn't that right? Looks for some fun investigating. Alright. No. She said no. Ugh. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. It does hurt. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Yeah? On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that we submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. As Brett and the victims went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence that this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered some food. I got me a beefsteak. He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hata clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so. Yes, she'd heard that the professor was there for a dental treatment. So that would mean that this was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. Hosanaga, check with the witness. Stop answering for her. The print that you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have to travel to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than the carbonated water. He's not allowed to have carbonated water, only water. We got him. Just water, carbonated water. Professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Okay, they each raised a glass of carbonated water, but there's only one glass. Was he drinking straight from the bottle? Was he fucking chugging that shit back? By God, maybe the gunshot we heard was him burping his fucking lungs out. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful! The last statement of yours, Brett, that was a profound bearing on this case. Oh, wow, how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. That's good. That's good bit. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said. To be added to your official testimony. A little bit of a weird writing there, but sure. Gladly, she said. Did she? That was brilliant, Kazuma. I was gonna remember that one. Oh, I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. What? I'm not gonna be a lawyer. This is the only trial in this entire game. After this, we're done, right? I was told this was only maybe 5 hours long. I ordered the beefsteak for myself and the professor, and then put this in and said, "Cheers!" with the other glass.
Yes!
Yes! So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak? That was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. Huh. What a frightful place. That is the lady's opinion. I didn't know about that. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Don't look at me like that, Ryunosuke! You're gonna give me a heart attack! So I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Yeah. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal is turning this trial around. A turnabout, one might say. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came over, the great professor, and they got in a fierce argument.
Yes!
What did we argue about? Tell me, because I don't remember. I've gotten into an argument with a professor. All I did was notice him and then go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. Oh! But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Bullshit! I saw that smirk. I know she's lying. No, of course not. So tell her! Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. No. As a native English speaker, that ain't fucking true. English is the future! We must all supiku English. I'm not saying that. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Now that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. What were we arguing about? What is she saying we argued about? That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time that you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood to leave. Bitch can hear us. Long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Where'd I shoot him? How'd I shoot him? What kind of gun did I use? I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Now, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. A not smoking gun. Ah, chair! It's a raid from the chair! How's it going? How was the stream? Let me get you a shout out. Oh, oops. Ah! Has it been 5 minutes? Pneumatic meat! It took me a second to figure out how to read your thing. Was good? Did some hunting? Yeah!
No, get out of here. I'm trying to big boost. There we go.
Oh! What you doing over there?
There we go. That's it. See that?
No, I missed it.
Did you see that shit? That's a big boost.
There's a big boost glitch in Broforce. Gotcha. Well, thank you for joining in. So you said you were doing some hunting too? Were you playing some Monhunt? The not currently out yet Wilds, but rather you're playing like Rise or something? You can melee a pig while standing on it and then jump at the same time and melee hits. Then you go zoom and you play some world. Nice. We're currently still in the middle of case 1, where us, the protagonists, playing as Ryunosuke, have been accused of killing an English professor, or an Englishman professor, and we just found the woman he was having lunch with at the time, who was previously being kept out because it would look bad if an English woman killed an English man on Japanese soil, or would be accused of it. So here we are. That's when the shot rang out of the restaurant and you had the gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but I demanded you to check the rifle mark. Wait, what? But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. Hello! In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. Highly suspicious... A highly suspicious lady in the stand. Attorney seemed to be a bit more animated than I recall. I mean, this is the game that was specifically worked on in 3D with all new characters and character models and such. Even though this looks like, you know, a member of the Payne family. Deal with your dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? What about the rotten scoundrel part? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy! It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw, and witness testimony is inherently flawed. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Yeah? We've kind of accused her. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
I demand to search your hat. I want to see what's in the swan. It's very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked... Ah! Shit! Get down! Everybody duck! That was good timing, Nikki. Holy shit. How'd you fucking get that to work? I'm impressed. As immediately after this, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. Also, hi, Nikki. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. Bro! You said... You went up to her and you said, hey, do you have a gun on you? And she said, nah, bruh. And you were like, okay. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. And as you know, during this time period of the 1800s, we always take women at their word and never question anything that they have ever said ever. Right? This is obviously no need to any further probing in the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into this matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady is concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts, alright? Let us search her. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. Bullshit. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, just urge her to leave. That's not what you said before. Letty would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in the court today. Of course. Of course! That's why she's here now, instead of before, when she could have been asserting this kind of testimony and not had her presence hidden. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. But I just started. This is only case 1. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. He was having a thought. So, she's maintaining that you got into an argument with a professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is out and out totally an unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling, and so are those tits. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, who dressed from head to toe in a dull black uniform. Come on, Kazuma! That's your boyfriend you're talking about. I'm just dressed exactly the same as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. If we can't do it, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, must be able to feel murderous looks when you're getting from the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me any better. What? What are you talking about? The first thing we do is press her on any of her statements that seem to have been slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise. I need to expose the true face, in a literal and metaphorical sense, of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. I love his little fucking I'm so fucking fried look. Let's see. Luncheon. Beefsteak with the professor. We cheers. There it is. Professor. Professor, I believe that this is the answer to the puzzle. Don't look at me like that. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table and its crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Ooh. Ooh. I like the music. Ooh. I may not have been listening to it before, but it's good. Anyway, that is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Yunosuke, what is it about the print that's odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking 1 minute? What possible difference does this present or absence does the presence or absence of the glass make in this case? It means that he wasn't drinking water, bitch.
Objection!
Are you so fucking stupid? Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. I'm gonna miss it when he doesn't get that to happen anymore. There should have been 2 glasses at the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Barrett who took the glass from the table. My thoughts exactly, Ryunosuke. It is also terrifying everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all. Hey, just the testimony ago, you were saying that I didn't want to make it look like I ran away. Good gracious. Sorry. Fuck you. And the bird on your head. There, as I assured the court before, there is no consequences at all. No, she was only hiding the fact that she was there. Oh, please. We must remember that this student that had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes, who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? Everyone. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? Oh, God, not mischief. Oh, fuck. Whatever are we going to do if she gets accused of mischief? What? No. That can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. I shoved it up my... It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh! You don't say! A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handbag pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Sometimes they carry a gun. I mean... So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains is that the glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. No, but it has opened up a new avenue. Ah! The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, with his logic and his brain, and the fact that there was tampering with the crime scene. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I hate it. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? I don't really... If we want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that there was some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's the glass. I'm not getting hurt. If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass from has deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. That's not some harmless act of pilfering. They're taking, like taking a bar of soap home from a public bath, is it? You take soap from the public bath. Bro is about to kill us for stealing soap. What? No! I mean, it's not significant here. It's very significant, but this is the time or place. There's a more important thing to concentrate on now. I think you should consider your position too. So we're just playing Maya. Like, right? Like, there's no Maya in this game. We're just Maya and Phoenix, like, combined into one character. Sorry, I will. Indeed, the significance of the glass, and henceforth consider in the case in the defense, do you agree? Well, not really. Oh no, we have to go through the entire thing again? I'm gonna just go for the right answer. If we have to go through the entire thing. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Oh my god. Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There is no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? If it's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. If he hadn't fired that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. Well, you didn't even search her, so... As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that actually was used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. And... No! Order! Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ayuchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thank you for bungling, thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Hey, don't cough when I'm coughing. It makes me feel bad. There he goes bleeding again. What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I mean, this is an Ace Attorney game. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Why? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. How convenient. What? This photographic print. Ah! So, it's see-through. Interesting. This is a print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Barrett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Including the missing glass. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are in the height of fashion in London. Terrible on a rainy day. So, the contents are clearly visible. Alright, hold on. I gotta get more water. Oh, my fucking throat is killing me. I'll be right back. Whew. Yeah. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Barrett's guilt here. Oh, ad break. Bye, Twitch side. Thank you for helping to prove that. Naruhodo-san. Oh my god, he's dead! We just witnessed a murder. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. It's been put into my... shit. Photograph that says the incident occurred shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Hold on, I want to look at that. So... Ayo. 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 What's going on here? I can't make it look perfectly. So he branded himself by accident on the hot plate, for one, because that's the same mark that's on the plate for this the fucking steak. We got a glass. Unless that's the shadow casted by the glass, it looks like there's something else in there. But that might just be the shadow casted by the glass. Okay. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubts on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator for this crime. Bro reanimated. No. Just that when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in the worse situation than I was at the start. Oh, damn. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over. There's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Bro, our assistant gave up on us? No! Wait! The boyfriend can't give up on us? Come back! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. We're wasting our time. There's no way to defeat true justice. I love his, facial transitions. They're very good. A fact that you can chew on in your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dreams of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Look at him thinking. Look at that boy having a thought. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby... Yes! Wait! Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on the case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he is giving his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yeah! Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As a photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt on this matter. I must make my ruling. Now that means that there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. That's blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is a handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. It's not the handbag that we need to question, Your Honor. It's actually something totally different. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about the photograph that just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense the final opportunity. What? Oh, you got the gavel. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over in an immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic prints Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will definitely for the courts... Oh, identify for the court where in this print we see a significant detail that you alluded to. It's right there. Take that. Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Well, yeah. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Actually, we can prove where it came from. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by this curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the cases can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on precise details as this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Barrett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. You shan't hold you up any longer. It's quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. Well, I can't keep pushing, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we have had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Is this the moment of truth? It's time to find some evidence that proves that the burn really means. These events now present evidence to the courts. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and the trial. Take that!
Yes!
What's this, counsel? Yet another print? They can have more? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things that we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Well, unless it's burned. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you saying? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need to stay. You may need to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have this unusual shape burned on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. Yeah, if that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is this photograph that explains the reason the victim is burned? It's this little thingamabob right on here.
Yes!
The beefsteak? More specifically, the plate. The point is the metal plate that the steak was served on. Plate. Your Excellency, are you all right? Oh, color. As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnaval. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryanosuke, you genius! You spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, or most likely happened some other unrelated time. Maybe the day next week. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aosuchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Oh, okay. Yeah, if it happened a while back, it would have been healing by now, and it would have like fucked around with it. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of that wound wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It is no mild burn, that's for sure. Yeah, no, that was sitting there for a minute for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade Celsius, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain. Yeah. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnaval, I can testify that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Well, yeah, but he was posing as a waiter and he was hanging out.
Yes!
Yes, exactly. There you have it. Something isn't right here. if as the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would have screamed in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on that day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antique dealer, all of us, whenever he does that slow look at me, it fucks up my brain. All of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? He's having a thought! Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap! There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense to this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn on his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man can remain silent whilst his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from the one particular situation, Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing that what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! No, that's right up the alley of fucking Ace Attorney game. Order! 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 Please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot! Or that's the assumption. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Aochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If that's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. It's quite the turnabout, one might say. God, how much longer can this go on? I have to pee. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system of our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. What a shocker! The girl going to a fucking Japanese school can fucking speak Japanese! Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Uh-huh. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. It's just fucking, like... How would she take classes if she couldn't understand Japanese? But then, why have you been speaking through the interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. No, it's fucking not. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. We're getting racist up in here. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I see that I shall now have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration of your generosity towards us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there is some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. What? Poison doesn't exist, Your Honor. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Alright, bitch. That most captivatingly and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Fuck off. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh, no. Thanks? Was that a prayer, then? You have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that there's a little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be the final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Ooh, he's prepping. Hydrate, you got it. I've been hydrating, but I need more. You're right. Yes, Your Excellency. I wish there were like 2 little red marks on his like cheeks right now. Just like to show where he slapped and then just slowly faded away. And then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt the wrist and blah, blah, blah. Yes. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least three whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry. Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Are those... Is that an X-ray mask? How are you seeing that shit? You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! He's dead! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Don't kowtow to the woman who's fucking being racist to you, Ayuchi. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast.
Yes!
Yes! As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefits of others in the courts, that means bless you. No, it fucking doesn't. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistics trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't anything to kill us. And there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been a bullet from your gun that put an end to the innocent man's life. Hey, so, you know, I just had a thought. Were any of the bullets in the professor's gun that he picked up missing? We've never really established that as, like, a thing. I mean, that's not to say that if they took it into evidence, they couldn't have just fired it off and said, oh, look, there's no bullet here. Or this one was expended. Oops. But, you know, it's never been brought up. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. I mean, those plates are made of cast iron, if it's the same kind of plates that you see in most restaurants, and that shit retains heat for a while. Like, even if it was like a minute after, you'd still fry your hand pretty good. If the victim had burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show court evidence to disprove that, then it's a complete waste of time. Do I have... Whoop. Wrong button. Do I have any proof of that? Oh, wrong button. My badge! Oh, wait. No! Wait. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you to a student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course they say that. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, and I still don't know my student number by heart. It's... I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write down somewhere, but then I forget about that. I'm glad I examined the badge. Even if it was a mistake. I mean, we got the gunshot wound right there. Could it be with the anesthesia? Like, could the anesthesia have, like, actually killed him? Clearly recorded some kind of medical treatment. There's the entry in the day the professor was killed. Extraction with anesthesia. The doctor killed the tooth. And used laughing gas. Anesthetics. It's possible to imagine not being able to feel pain, though. There's a cautionary note at the end that says no food or drink. I concur. Prosecutor, you're right. Azuchi's right. Ugh. Is there some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me.
Yes!
I mean, yes. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However, the professor's life was taken. There is always telltale traces in the body. Yes, poison is what I'm thinking too. And she is a medical student. Quite right, dear lady. I was just trying to see if we had anything going. And it is our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. These would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady innocent is into question. And innocence into question. On my honor as Atsuchi, there will cut down any who dares to catch such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no traces. We need some evidence to back it up. Yeah, that's the problem. Evidence. Is the fact that she's a medical student gonna be evidence? I'm gonna have to find out after I'm done pressing.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. We're still going strong. Yep, this case has been going for 4 hours now. But in this country, you investigate once and then that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today. For real? Just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. He carried it over! Hey, if none of you guys have ever played the like the Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton games, in that one, the multiple witness testimony thing was used as well. And if somebody had a thought, it fucking pops the thing. Which means that that's gonna be in this. That's so cool, because that was such a fun, like, thing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me see if I can... It doesn't even occur to you naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Are you? A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting that our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Atsuchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Me too. Still, there's something about Miss Barrett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Oh, you're gonna press the other witnesses now. Yeah! You can mess with them even if they don't... Oh, yeah, no, I know. I know that part. And that's gonna be fun later. For right now, we gotta get tutorialized. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way! There must be some clue somewhere to help us. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosanaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Barrett's last statement. I was wondering if there might be a significant... If it might be significant... If it might present an opening, maybe. The thing that's bothering me, Ryunosuke, is how Kazuma's headband won't stop flapping in the wind. He has brought that up once or twice. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but... This time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see if we can get what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Oh. I was hitting the S key instead of the D key. Bruce!
Yes!
Excuse me. Inferior, blah, blah, blah. Country investigated, isn't that so? Blah, 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 blah.
Wait.
Do I have to click it? I have to click it. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction. Oh no, I didn't have to click it. That just progressed the dialogue. Okay. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Barrett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. This testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. And this could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When the people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Find it! Where on the rails? That is a good theme. Sorry? Pursue? I only know about Pursuit, the Pokemon move. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. Witness marker? Oh. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Barrett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Ho! Ho! Kazuma, where did you find this tiny window that shows a screen of such? What is this magic? By moving the marker left and right with the A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. I love it when they break the fourth wall. Yeah. Especially when it's like this, where it's got a fucking literal like mini screen. And you can pursue with a space. Catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A, D, and focus on the detective. Pursue him with space, and then and here we go!
Wait.
Oh! What? Okay. I guess I had to wait for his full animation to end.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Yeah, what's the meaning of this? Oh god, he's gonna die! And me along with him! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. You really was lost in thought. Deeply. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. It's contagious. No, I've just been speaking like non-stop for the last 4 hours. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say, if there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? That's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. There's 2 witnesses at the stand. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh? Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is at the stand. Yeah, he's there. That makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. Letty is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I will tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can find from the scene of the crime and preserving the evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me the crime scene thief. Whoa. I mean, to be honest, it's kind of a good thing that he steals evidence in this house because, you know, it's going to bring something new to light. But, yeah, I'm not ashamed about what I've done. Is this why he's, like, in a constant state? Because he keeps taking stuff from crime scenes that are infected and it's getting him sick? A crime scene thief? Ah, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Oh! Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. This is the longest first case in any Ace Attorney game I've played. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to go 4 hours. I thought I'd be partway into, like, Case 2 by now, but I might have to save Case 2 for next time, because I don't think my throat can take another couple hours of this. It lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. He's Emma's ancestor, isn't he? I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Added to deter carbonated water and the victim and the mess Brett shared on the day of the murder, the victim's table. Yeah, it took me a few hours to get through it, but Case 2 is way shorter. What? Why is Case 2 shorter? Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? It seems she averted her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume your cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. I want to see that fucking bottle. Yeah, shut up. That's a bottle, all right. I know it was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. I love it. You're gonna have trouble pronouncing something pretty soon. I have trouble pronouncing things already. So this carbonated water, it was the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Yeah, it looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. I know. I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip and keep going. Wait, no, hold on. No, Renosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. I don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Renosuke. I swear to fuck, we are playing Maya's ancestor. I swear to God. Anyway, and more was than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? It's gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. It's an interesting possibility. Okay. Oh, you just get to... Don't kill him. You have so much to live for. We need you to make it to the Great Ace Attorney 2 and 3. Let's see. Is there anything else to examine specifically? I guess... So there's nothing that's conclusive on it. There is no... Yeah, I know. But, you know, there could be. You don't know. Okay. It's getting too hard for me to think. I need to go take a quick bathroom run. So, you guys enjoy the awesome music for a moment while I go pee. I'll be right back. Piss break over. Really needed to just let that out. I've been holding it for way too long. Anyway. Okay, so... Okay, I'm gonna save. I mean, I'm not in danger of losing anything at all, but now I'm taking my best guess on what I need to do. I'm assuming I need to present the bottle on this statement.
Yes!
Cool. Good. 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 I'm still keeping up. What is this? A bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? That's damn good poison, if it just killed him immediately. Oh, he said poison. That's French for fish. Yeah. He actually had, like, he was deathly allergic to fish. And it slapped him in the face. On that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you! I keep wanting to say Jezebel. But that would be if she was from America. This is outrageous! Such a thing without a scrap of evidence? I'm straining my voice. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Yeah, but what if he's right?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will oh, Jesus! Hey, yo! Hit him with the shut up! Holy shit, what was he saying, though? I want to know. Hold on. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... Shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. My dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. And no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. See, that's the fun part. Of course. I don't think the poison's in the water. I think it's in the glass that she stole. Because she slipped it into his glass, and then, you know, and he drank from it, and then the whole thing happened because she had to shoot the dude, and therefore, she stole the thing. But this whole case is different once you finish game 2. Good God, that's a while back, a while from now. I'll try to remember it. I'm sure there's a lot that's going to happen in these games. You did? Have you forgotten that was my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation at every turn. Or every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered the tests for every toxin that's available in this country at present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Yeah, but there's another receptacle. Tests were mercilessly carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! God, he's dead again. Jesus, Ryunosuke's fucking, like, I've just been defeated is insane. I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Did we? Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified itself. Gun! As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Let me see the gun. Give me the gun. Give it to me. Let me examine the gun. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Give me the gun! Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that has caused you, Miss Brett. No! Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me, now I must be leaving. I kind of wish she was in, like, her little curtsy pose. Hold it! Ayo! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Ooh. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hands, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Furoshiki. To be continued? The fuck you mean? How much longer can this go? God damn it! I have another hour left. Oh my god. We're definitely stopping after case 1. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah, stop it. Oh, this is the final part. I would hope so. I just wasn't sure how much longer it was going to go. I understand that you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less! Ha! Whoa! How dare she be? It's not like she's British! The rule states that females are not permitted into the court of law other than to testify. He's about to crash out. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. You know, I really like this judge because he's not like your typical Ace Attorney judge who's just like flipping back and forth and saying stupid shit all the fucking time. He's like really understanding, And it's sad because I know we're never going to see him again. Anyway. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What's this? A report about something? Written in English? It's Jezebel Barrett's research. The English woman's? An English woman wrote this? And you say that she's... I can't do the bit. Anyway, after the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying with the professor, wasn't you? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with this case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. I like that they're both here. Like, just legitimately, I like the fact that they're both here in the scene. It's like a huge step up from, like, any Ace Attorney game. Special characteristics of Cure and the effects on human subjects. What? Cure? What's that? I've never heard of a word like that before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. I can't believe you let a female into the fucking hall! It was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've surmised that if what I could on a note just inside of the cover. Ooh. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been added to the court record, reporting details of unknown poison that Miss Barrett has been researching. I'm sure that it's a new one she was developing. Probably one that actually exists. It's just it hadn't been discovered up to this point. And she decided to use it on a person. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. You got that right. There's a prosecution and the defense now one last time. Wait, hold on. Before it wants me to actually do this, I want to go take a look at it myself. And hit the window key. The poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route to entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to the ability to render a human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the repository arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patient would die of suffocation. She was there at the dental appointment, wasn't she? This bitch walked up to the dentist and said, "Hey, I've got a new anesthetic that is way better than the one that we currently use, or that you use in your little backwoods country. That the way they would go." What's that noise? What noise? Oh, I'm playing with a Slinky. I have ADHD and I have a tendency to grab things and mess with them. So, I mean, I still feel like it might be in the glass, but my other theory now is that she was helping with the tooth removal and slipped the anesthetic in, or convinced the dentist to use it in the tooth removal. That's my current running theory, anyway. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. The final turnabout. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. Kazoo music plays. That's what's going on inside of Roanosuke's head. It's just kazoo. Like, he's got Banjo-Kazooie music going through his head, just full kazoo sounds. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not a very long, not really that very long until tea time. I must decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize that it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask that you treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? I have a book that was presented to me in my hands. Miss Giselle Brett, you understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? What do you fucking think? A toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount is a deadly poison enter the body, leads to instant death. What a complete and utter nonsense! Cure, you say? I've never heard of it. It's new, douchebag. Are you paying attention? You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Cure before. Very... I can't read. Fuck it. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of a highly deadly poison. What? It is really convenient that she decided to use this poison as a means to kill this guy. Again, I think under the guise of an anesthetic. But didn't really plan for if this shit got out. I can't wait to hear her fucking reason for why she did it. Order, order, order! He probably, like, denied her, like, a doctorate or something because she's a woman. I don't know. It's one of those things of the 1800s. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, I love how he's stating it, but it's Ryunosuke who's running through his papers. According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Cure has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it was produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cure suffer instant death. Does that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Oh, shut up, dude. Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, If the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The others' dinners would have been surely noticed. Other diners. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed the disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either, and I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Cure was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. And that's also why if when he did the drink and it dropped his hand down, if it landed on the plate, he wouldn't have made any kind of reaction because he couldn't move or feel it. Obviously, if the man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse to the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Yeah, but it also, like, seizes up the lungs and shit. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after the short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Oh, that is horrifying. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains the terrifying poison? And again, no. This is very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there was no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. I mean, we've got research notes and she's got access to it. That's pretty conclusive evidence. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever? It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. No, that's not exactly what happened at all. We're like, hey, she was researching this, or you were researching this, I should say, and therefore it's pretty good evidence to say that she could have fucking poisoned him. But yeah, no, we're claiming that we discovered it. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on an unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules. I demand nuh-uh, Your Honor. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for one moment, please? Uh-huh. Well, yes, I don't see him. Why not? She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink straight from it. Ooh. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. That's a hell of a claim coming from a woman who's from an island. Sorry. This English woman, such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and their foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. And I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! We're gonna see her face finally? No. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair. This is why there's another hour, isn't it? Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, it's a simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most grateful with all of the assistance that you have given. She took that glass for more than one reason. Doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So now, what did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. I kind of appreciate this over, like, some of our previous ones where we've had, like, a super, like, where's the brain at? It's gone. Just, like, someone who's very familiar with, like, the tax and trying to keep things together when it comes to our first assistant in a new game. Like, with our Mias and Phoenix in the later games. Being there to help out this new defense attorney. Whereas it really feels like Kazuma and Ryosuke are practically on the same level. Like, Kazuma definitely has more experience because he's an actual student of law, but Ryosuke is picking things up really quickly. And they're both stunned by this. If this had been Mia, or even, like, Phoenix while he's a hobo, or after he's a hobo, he would have picked up on what could have been the next possible, like, spot. Whereas Kazuma is just fucking stumped. And it's pretty great. I suppose if nothing else, then this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can't have been. Because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought. There's no poison in the bottle. Bluff, boy. Yeah! What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there's no poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Or at least on the ground, writhing in pain. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it is indeed a good staining. A good staining? Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, it's in need of a good sating. Oh. Is that the color is supposed to represent? Is that why things are dark? Because they want to fuck you guys up? Oh! What? Hold on, what? Are you fucking kidding me? No, you're not. I literally took that as if he was... What? I was so sure I didn't do a save. I guess it contains poison. The culprit will put Curé poison, did put Curé poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. And the defense refuses to change its position. Are you serious? Objection. Fool, are you blind? There's no way possible that that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument. I mean, it's from England, so therefore she could actually have like an antidote on hand and that would counteract it, but it wouldn't be right away. I don't know, man. This seems weird. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence that we have in the court records. Somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Okay, so I was right, but in the wrong way. I'm not super confident about this, so hold on while I do a quick save. Seems the defense, or should I say the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. Then I fucking have no clue. Sorry for your excellency for the better supportive evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, then tell me what you think, Mr. I was gonna fucking give up. Oh, you have nothing? Well, fuck you! Is it... Was it made with the backstory concern the hunters in the region used it in the ancient times to incapacitate their prey, it was effects... I forgot my own point. I don't think I'm right.
Yes!
So, is it in here? To be able to render the human body paralytic is believed that the toxin can have an application of anesthetic. Did I just present it wrong? I really have no clue. This is my last guess. And then after that, I got no fucking clue.
Yes!
My fucking god. Both of those could be used! Fuck you! Answer this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research paper.
Objection!
It's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The purport is utter gibberish. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. It's just reading Satsu-san's notes. I concur this report is too extensive to be considered in the entirety by the court. You will direct me to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer? The practical applications. It's written right here under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk? No, nope. The poison is used to drink. What? What do you fucking mean? Did I get it in the wrong spot? Practical applications. It can be used as an anesthetic. How am I wrong? This is killing me. This is killing me so bad. I shudder to think of how we'll fare in the 20th century. What do you mean? Alright, hold on. I have to fucking reset because I've been hit by bullshit after bullshit on this. Alright, Shu Tekumi, tell me what your brain is thinking right now.
Yes! Objection!
Why am I wrong, Shu Tekumi? Why is it not the practical applications where it says it can be used as an anesthetic? The hunters, special characteristics, the instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death. Route of entry, above mentioned occurs. Alright, fine, fuck you. I'm still right. We've been hearing a lot about this Cure poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. Ray. It's Shu Tekumi in a nutshell. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting to catch prey is to eat it. Yes. No, okay, yeah, I had that same thought, yes. But I assumed that it was like cooked out in the cooking process and that would get rid of it, but that does make sense that you can ingest Cure but not have it literally stabbed into your blood veins. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be a trace of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Message retracted? Why did you delete your messages? So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. And I actually found the answer to this conundrum in the research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. I'm embarrassed. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. I still think I was fine with the... I will give you the fact that I was wrong with the glass. I get that. Any of the other evidence I provided could have still led to this point. It did not just have to be the special characteristics. Just saying. Through a wound, you say. I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curie enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Probably because the poison gets neutralized by our stomach acids. If I had to think sciencey about it. Miss Brett, you authored this research, and you knew Curie's special characteristics. You knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh! Oh! I was so distracted by her fucking swan transformation. Rapscallion! I wanted to see what she said. Well, Ryusuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Breakdown time. Yeah, no. More of a we broke her, like, we broke her first mask. Now we gotta do the actual, like, kick to the butt. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, this ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Her breakdown is insane. I can't wait. What are you trying to say? Hey, let the swan come back. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Well, schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce the Curie is safe to ingest, it seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Yeah, stomach acid can make it go bye-bye. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? Well, you see, a gastric sucker is something that lives inside of our gas, and it sucks out things. So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? So, as much as I know that this is definitely not going to be the case, I wonder if this was an accident. I wonder if she didn't actually have a motive for killing him. But this is a Shu Tekumi Ace Attorney game, so she definitely had a motive to kill him, and that'll come up, I'm sure. But what if she really was just trying to get it tested because she knew her professor had a tooth that needed to be removed? She had research notes on how it could be used as an anesthetic, and therefore was trying to see if she could get that pushed forward. But then he died while they were celebrating. It doesn't have a motive that I know of. Yes, of course. But what I'm saying is, like, if this was a different game, I could see this being a situation where she wanted to test out her new theory, her new, like, research, and the professor went along with it, trusting her as a person of science. And unfortunately, it turns out they were wrong, and he died, but she didn't want to take the brunt of that, and therefore shot him. Will that be the actual case? No. This is a fucking Ace Attorney game. That's right. Good gracious. It's basic science. Science is that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Game 2 shall explain it all. Oh, no. You mean we're not going to get a conclusive end to this case? Are you trying to suggest? Yes, that curate poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. No. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Ayo? Apollo? What are you doing here? What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. What the fuck? He's become an ace attorney. Oh my god, he point! Oh, the boy got the point. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? I love that she's, like, still covering up her face, but it's like she's got the cartoon pop-out eyes using the mask. You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. No! I'm wrong! I mean, I might be wrong. He had a fucking open wound in his mouth because he just got his fucking tooth taken out. Of course there's a path for it to go. Okay, alright, fine. I was on the wrong path, but I pulled together. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. He had a tooth. He no longer now has one. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you that you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would the Dr. Wilson alone be killed? Because he had a tooth removed!
Take that!
Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is one fundamental and fatal difference. Oops. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of the cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. Because he didn't put on his dentures. Did dentures exist in the 1800s? Yeah, probably. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what is it that a wound in? What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yeah, but they were like horse teeth and stuff. Ugh. Yes, like the wound that you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you have acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't think to like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. This childish courtroom game and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Yo, the bitch just destroyed evidence right in front of us. Your Honor, Your Honor, that's clear just admission of guilt. She just basically said, yeah, there was poison in the fucking bottle. Like, arrest her, please. Whatever. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. I mean, unless there's a carpet down there, you can still kind of get the water. No! What is that? What just happened? Is this Englishwoman? She just smashed that bottle! And in the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder! Oh, there is a carpet down there. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible, at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. That doesn't make it go away. It's still in the carpet. You can extract the water out of the carpet. Oh my god, the water, it fell into this beautiful carpet that soaked into it soaked up all the water and the poison that was in the water, Your Honor. Unfortunately, once you mix water with carpet, it becomes a totally different substance, and anything that was inside of it goes away. But God, you have neither the technology nor presence of mind to recover it. Fucking cut out the spot and ring it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel of the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. I always hate the prosecutors in these games, especially these ones. Equals air. That's just common sense. Yep. Water plus carpet just turns into air. Of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. Well, that doesn't show him doing the murder. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. Lady, you already changed up everything else in the crime scene. I.e., your food was brought over to his side, or he was moved over to your side. That shit don't fly. I forgot there's gonna be a few more witness testimonies. Oh my god.
Objection!
How? How is there more? No, you killed the victim that day using Cure. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your hidden gun. And then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. Yep. The second case only takes, like, 3 hours? Jesus. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. You are such a fucking bitch and a half, Ayuchi. She's clearly the murderer and fucking destroyed evidence right in front of you. But you're gonna sit here and be like, ah, it's fine. Fuck it. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Judge, please. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes. We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So, if there's any clues left for us to use now... they must be in your head. Alright, we're gonna have to cut him open. In my head? You told me before that your power of observation were the one thing that you really depend upon. Yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. We're gonna perform a lobotomy. We're gonna get that brain juice out of you. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Stay blood. There's blood there. Is Cosmo right? Somehow in the vibrant memory in the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue that exposes the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. Just give me a second here. There's no blood there. Ketchup. I mean, if it's a trashy steak, they would have used ketchup because that was the whole reason why British ketchup was created. Oh, shoot. Neither one of them have bloodstains, though. How are we gonna... Well, I guess I'll just fucking keep going and we'll wait and see. There's clue! Actually, Cosima, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You've always got something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright. I can't wait. Just BS your way to a victory. It's the Ace Attorney way. Damn right. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been... blood! Why is it British? Why does he sound British when he says take that? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. The fork! Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Probably. As you said a number of times, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, do you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took in the victim's table that day. Did they have blood tests in the 1800s?
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Every time. I love the shut up. I love that a lot. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? What is that? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that there was a wooden base of the plate. Yeah, it's still there. The steak was served on. It was splattering, was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Oh. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. Ugh. The plate of the steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have been directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate has it was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Jezebel Brett? I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe that the accused is apparently just remembered seeing? Whore! This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. I'm happy for you. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plates in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me the crime scene thief. Bro took the whole plate, everything on it, and then swapped it out for another one and just cut the steak up, I guess. Oh, boy. He's a psychic. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Quick, before she eats the plate. Just don't put it in front of her. She'll try to eat it to hide the evidence. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Please, this has to be it. This has to be the... Oh my god, there's a plate. Don't put your nose in it. Sorry for the delay. Here is plate. Here's what you ordered. The steak. What about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, there's no blood. What in the flying fuck? Oh yeah, there's no blood. How was he eating this steak? Was he picking it up with his hands and just going, ouch? Because those are fucking bite marks. That ain't cut. Bro, I love me a steak, but when I'm sitting in a fancy-ass restaurant, even I don't pick it up by my hands. No blood anywhere. But, no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Every time I think we're close, they fucking pull me right back. An unbecoming expression, little boy. Oh, God. You see, that is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Whoa, not happy I read that out loud. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we have finally reached the conclusion of this trial. This is like the 14th time we've done it. Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it, and it's over. Bitch just destroyed evidence directly in front of us, and we're letting her get away with it. Huh, sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wish to examine it again, be my guest. Oh, yeah? I'm allowed to do that? Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Let's fucking find out. I mean, we weren't right toward the bite marks. God, I didn't know it was there. I swear to fuck, I had no clue. Hey, so this is the Sarge's plate. Oh my God. Hey, look at that. Huh? What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. It's the hallmark of the Yoi era, I believe. Oh no, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Yoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks like it's in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that we've been talking about the Yoi Koban. It did come up in red, which means that it's important, and therefore I should have known that it was going to come up again, and I probably did think about it, but then I forgot about it because of all the bullshit that was happening. Yoi Koban. It's the general's, or the fucking sergeant's plate. I heard the pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before bullion. Fuck you. And I don't think you'll ever will again. This is an extraordinary. This is extraordinary, though. This means. It means it's not his plate. The plate I saw, I thought it's so figment. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Also, remember, we just found a bullion underneath the steak. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence is requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? Bloodstain is going to be the clinch in the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue, Your Honor. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure through an examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, it's still your position, is it? Just because you're from Europe doesn't mean that you are the ability to fucking cause anything else. You're just a person. You might be going to school and you might be getting some doctor learning in you, but you're just a person. Unless your daddy is in the government. Who knows? Thank you, Your Excellency. And I don't want to know. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you're alluding to. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is it the clue can be found? Right here, Your Honor. Huh? What in the world is this? I guess I wasn't supposed to do it so fast. We read this already. Uh-huh. Oh, I have to do it again. Hold on. Let me make sure this is more precise. I certainly never expected to find what? A precious coin underneath the from the Hyoi era too, and then the mark. Well marinated, its juices as well as looks. Are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing if I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick there, Ryunosuke. Go one coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Got it!
There we go. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hyoyera one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact a beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meal? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is. I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. The coin under the meat, it's not her plate. It could simply be seen as a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. Oh, I'm just making a steak here. I'm gonna set my fucking valuable ass gold coin into the plate and then slap the meat on top of it. Whoopsie.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hyoi Koban. It just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant in this case, I will rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hyoi Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Ryunosuke! Buddy!
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it is essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. This is what you mean by like 2 more testimonies. Oh, fuck. It's obvious there's only one person it can belong to. The owner of Koban was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Take that! Obviously, it can only be the antiquities dealer, the owner of Rasute, Kiori Korokuta-san. Kiori? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Is his name actually... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Curio, I see. Korkuta, I don't know. I mean, Cucumber because head, but I don't think that's part of his name. Anyway. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Indeed, the Hyoyari Koban, my prized coin! Then this Hyoyari Koban, do you mean to tell me...
Objection!
No, no, no. Please, why would Korokuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? That makes no sense. Yeah, because it's not your plate.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korokuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. I'm gonna need more water. This is gonna keep going. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Are we about to expand to 4 people? I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. I live in the hunch, a strong hunch, that we chase down the real significance of this Koban. We'll find that it's the key element to this case. It's more the fact that we just got handed the wrong plate. Yep, 4 people. Ah! Jesus, guy. This is all about. Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for a little baby Idio? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Alright, hold on. I gotta get the fucking water. More water. Hold on. Ah. Oh boy. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. What cast from this courtroom myself, and when cast from the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man and thrice a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more that I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurokuda-san, something has come up the light that requires your clarification. As for your Retsute memory, sir... Fuck! That's... Okay, I'm gonna go back and see what he said, but bro just got stabbed in the foot. What a reaction! Holy shit! Is there requires your clarification as far as your Ryosei memory serves? Have you ever seen this Koban before? Yeah, yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The one exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Yoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that faithful day! It can't be! As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool and put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hioi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. My brain. Well, he's standing right next to you. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. Yep, still going. We're on fucking almost 6 hours of fucking case 1. Oh boy, my poor throat. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yeah? Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Oh, is that what this was about? La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. It's not that long playing normally? Isn't it? I mean, I haven't been fucking around too much. Stuff is being read. I mean, I would say that it would probably come out to slightly about as much. Like, on your first playthrough. Like, if you know the stuff and you just are just going through the motions, then yeah, of course it would go a lot faster. Including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. You read out loud, and if pressing everything makes it way longer. Yeah, exactly. But like on your first playthrough, you're going to want to press everything because it's fun to see all the shit that they say. And sometimes you get a funny reaction. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Far worse than murder. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it would seem. Oh, Papa. I don't know about the master thief part. The identity of the person who stole it hid the Kurakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel? Okay, I'm saving because it's too obvious on that it's him, so I'm not confident that it's correct.
Take that!
Okay, cool. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was... No. Bro! I mean, I knew he was gonna say that he didn't do it, but I didn't think he would throw his own son under the bus. As the mastermind behind all of this. So for one, you're not denying it, and two, you're blaming your kid. I love how the judge isn't sweating. You would push the blame for your crimes on your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. We're gonna get a big breakdown? Our first breakdown? Our first getting of the breakdown? Ooh. Ah! Ooh! Oh no! Ta-da! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Isanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. His poor back. I know that feeling. I mean, not being done in by a baby, but... Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those who it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which is worryingly unbelievable. I mean, it had the fucking bite marks in it, and that's what made me click on that thing in the first place. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. We haven't heard the gunshot in a while. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Adio too. So I hid the incriminating evidence I'd found as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. I don't know why you would think you'd be able to get back to it before it was found by somebody else. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you can carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban is clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear that it's unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. No. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning the witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Guys, come on! Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Hold it. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time to be daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. What? If that's the case, we just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Huh? Hey man, you've been going for a while. Are you alright? No. No, I'm not. I'm not okay. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, Miss Brett! Oh, boy. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, one itty-bitty moment. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? I'd like to know too. What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, that parting words that you're talking about, Ryunosuke. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Uh-huh. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Can't see it here. So he didn't make a mistake. Because this was at their table, not at his table. Did she swap them before she left? Because she saw the blood? Okay. I think I see where this is going. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is it that this evidence proves that this is the place that it goes?
Take that!
Take that! The photographic prints of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is that the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table, the steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about that steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth could you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edges where it's been eaten. Oh! I see you've noticed too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting it into it without a knife and fork. Well, she didn't say that specifically, but it is what she implied. Yes. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a look at this steak in particular. The edges where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh! Ah! I love how her was in English. like just making a noise has fucking connotations. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what are your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Barrett is just... whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. Why is she, like... What do you mean afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice? What ranking do you have that you can just go do that? I understand with a professor, but, like, whatever. Whatever. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. You're not wrong. Rest assured that I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly. Damn it, Ryunosuke. Clearly the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yeah? I hope? Now at last, it's all come together. Has it? It's not her plate. I mean, I knew that from the get-go. Any serious teeth marks in the steak had all allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I expect that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural. Oh, I accept. As you put, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Bro walked into court. No fucking, like, thought of being a lawyer, and now look at him. A true ace attorney. Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? Oh, more than you think. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. You're fucking not wrong. You say that there's evidence yet to have been brought forward. It can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
That's his objection? Oh, it's a little weak. Ah, shit. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be the last request the defense has in this trial. Please. Please tell me. Please tell me that this is...
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think that I'm withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. I don't think you're doing it on purpose. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Korokuto-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. You've already confessed. I don't understand. Would you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put in the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Tension! Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier of Imperial Nippon Army, but still... I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! This plate was taken from the victim's table. Yep. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Lady, we need to talk about British history. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely, you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over? No. He did switch the plates? Oh, no, wait, he actually did it? Well, after it happened, when I saw this civilian that had been murdered right in front of my eyes, like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You mean the reason why the bloodstain's not there isn't because she was the one who fucking switched it out of a way to make sure that she wasn't, like, pinned on the murder? It's because he did it? You mean he actually did it? But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. He's a thief. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. I fucking just did it. Jesus Christ. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! I love how they're standing outside the thing, but in here they're... Okay. Fear not, Prosecutor-san. Oh, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, it is. So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Wipe the blood up first, bud, before it dries. It's gonna get scratchy if you don't wipe it up quick. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. Your Honor, my client pleads... Oopsie daisy. my client pleads... Whoops. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. Ooh. Oh. She's eating it. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment it was shot.
Shut up!
Can't possibly tell us now. I mean, the cold slab of tough meat? It can't be the slightest bearing on this case. Ma'am, it's not the meat.
Objection!
You're focused on the wrong thing. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason is the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure I saw it. What I saw, Miss Brett. Blade. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood on, from the gunshot wound on the victim's chest. There's one thing that bothers me about this, and that's the fact that the gunshot wound is on the opposite side, technically, if he's spun around. But I guess it could have just, like, out a little bit, but I don't know. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Please, please let it still be there. By God, I want to stop talking forever. Present the beefsteak plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. I cannot. Yes, sir! I ate it, Your Honor. Oh, hey, look, there's blood. Cool. Thank God. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak on the plates. Please feel free to examine it. Bleed! The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
But now we have to prove the reason why the blood stain's there. I love that it makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jezebel Brett. It's you! done? Is she breaking down? Oh, thank God she's breaking down. Outdone by a Japanese... Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No! 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 Is that a real swan on her hat? Oh no! Oh no! An ugly duckling. Okay, that was worth it. It's just chicks all over the place. Oh, that's good. That's real good. That's worth the pain in my throat. Please excuse me, my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior of an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Please tell me we're done. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It's not testimony. You can't make this testimony. It was I who took the professor's life using Cure. Thank God. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Cure is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor to the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Oh, okay, so that was before they had cheersed. I made sure that he was sitting in the chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. What was with the flash but no sound? Weird. So I concocted a plan to spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Cure in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Yup. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And when I finished my coffee and got up to leave, that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, another bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit, and I apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen, and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, he needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. So she's still going to be important because we never saw her face. Okay. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Takasuchi Atsushi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student! You'd better start getting used to the tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Atsushi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. That is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh no, it's Top Knot! I love how Ryunosuke got out of the way. He's like, oh god, here comes the sword. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Atsushi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. So this is a direct descendant of Phoenix, because his real name is Ryuichi Naruhodo in Japan. And of course, this is Pain's ancestor, and it's like, aha! They'll never be able to defeat. You'll never be able to defeat the Phoenix clan, the right clan. Anyway. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan, well, will, I believe, go down in history as a start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideals of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation to our procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. Well, you see, what that's going to happen is that cases are going to be only done within 3 days. The person on trial is always considered guilty no matter what until it's proven by a very ill-prepared, mostly because nobody shares information, lawyers to defend the other. Anyway, yeah, it'll look great. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. The mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Blah, 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 blah. Not guilty. At this time, it is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Confetti! Flower... sakura petals! I'll take it. Yeah! Woo, woo, woo. This court is now adjourned. So jarring. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I had defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place in the Yume University streets. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Susato, congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Aw, she smiled. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any... Thank you so much! If we hadn't had the research report, Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really should be for my father. I was simply doing as he asks. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. He's dying in case 2, isn't he? Forgive me for intruding. Court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant for the defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensics medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Does? In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Alright, I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asugi clan. You're not taking the sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she is guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... Well, what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Isabel Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of the consular jurisdiction. Inspector Osanaga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... What was all that about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. Yeah. What? We can't try her? But then who? What's gonna bring her to justice? Or who's gonna bring her to justice? The British consular courts will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular court was a thing of the past, and now that we've signed the friendship treaty... Yes, in normal circumstances, you'd be right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature, to our respective governments, they can't invoke the consular court just like that. Oh? Can't they? Yes, she's a student, but that doesn't justify our government making a secret agreement about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that, for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of compense, I'm assuming, for her. I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Like, she's got to be from, like, a well-off family or something. But that's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. Make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. A new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. Is it what? Are we in 1899? One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. We're the ones driving it. I can't wait for you to turn out to switch brains. Like, somebody just switches your brain to idiot. Kazuma. Nobody tell me anything, obviously, but I get the feeling that he's going to be on the opposite side when we see him again. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with an ample food and drink. You're a detective, Osanaga-san, aren't you? Also, if you've got, like, this going on, you probably shouldn't be in a kitchen. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. She can do paperwork, but she can't be in the courtroom? So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thank you again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? This defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference. Though. One day, I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to be a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right that at the very start of the trial. But you had a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All the tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. Not at all. The ability to believe! Knowing the law? You think I know the law? To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? What? What did I just read? It's fine. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have a choice to make about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Yeah. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe, and even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and time again. Why do I always add an extra time and time again? I'm gonna snooze that because we're almost done. Damn it! I was snoozing an ad. What did that say? But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still there, are you? You still have blood on your chin. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged for some raw checks for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. It's your first court victory. And your study tour of to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikutoba. Satsu-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. That was mean. It was because of the help and support of these people that I managed to get through this trial. If it wasn't for him, you probably never would have been able to fucking hit this case, to be honest. So he did a lot, actually. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. End. Good game. Alright, what a game. Next time we'll play Greatest Attorney 2. No. Episode 1. Done. Is it gonna... Okay, cool. The Unspeakable Speckled Band is the next one. Alright. Holy shit. Thank you guys for everybody who came out. Chair, if you're still hanging around, you're probably not. But thank you for the raid earlier. And King, thank you for the resub. We're going to go ahead and end here. And we're going to go ahead and get raid over to somebody. And we'll probably pick this up again tomorrow. If not at in the early morning, it'll probably be around midnight Eastern Standard Time. Just depends on when I'm able to. But yeah, thank you for everybody who came out. We're going to find somebody to raid. Who's playing games? Who's doing stuff? Well, raid on the Twitch side, because I don't think I have the ability to raid, or I don't know how to raid on YouTube, to be honest. Hey, K-Kill's doing some stuff. So yeah, we'll raid into KO. He's playing some Sonic Mania. And he got a book that just came out. So yeah, go over there, give him some love, follow if you haven't already. I thank everybody who came out to hang out, and I will see you guys the next time. Bye-bye!